Oh yeah. Πες πως το αύριο είναι ακόμα μακριά και τότε είδα τα μάτια σου. Πήραν το χρώμα της θάλασσας. Αν είναι όνειρο, μην με ξυπνήσεις.
Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. Ну, я специально так говорю тихо. То есть нормально, вам удобно будет? Все хорошо. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять.
Коллеги, я предлагаю участникам дискуссии занять свои места.
I offer to take places.
Коллеги,
Dear colleagues, I'm happy to greet all the participants. Unfortunately, one of the participants is late, and I suggest to wait for a couple of minutes. Can we do this technically? They say that we have to start. That we have already to start. I'm a bit nervous because I'm moderator for the first time for such events. And it's my very first time. My name, I'm a deputy director of the Department of the Ministry of the Environment. I'm Yakovlev Alexei, and it's been half of a year that I'm working here. Before I was head of a national park in Chelyabinsk region called Taganai.
Особо охраняемая природная территория национального
This is especially protected area.
Компетенции больше связаны с...
And of course, professionally speaking, I am more on the protection of the environment.
Благодарность за то, что пригласили
I'm
меня.
really thankful to my colleagues to have invited me here to moderate this panel discussion. The reason is that Taganai National Park achieved a lot on the tourist ways. In the tourist inflow grew by 10 times. The National Park Taganai is a leader in ecological and natural tourism. I'm really proud of it, saying that we can be competitive among the best national parks in the world. We have a very good infrastructure. This is all thanks to the work of our colleagues. We started from nothing to develop this ecotourism. Everyone is talking a lot about ecotourism, and everyone knows what it is. But this is not the subject of today's discussion. I'm sorry to mention it, but I'm doing it because I am a professional. As for the tourism in general, within the scope of this forum, there are promotional videos of regions that you have seen. There are videos about the participants, the member states of this forum. And each country gives a lot of attention to the issue of development of the ecotourism on the local and international level. And the target of our today's discussion is to find the common points, to see how we can help each other to promote tourist products that we have, and to create this cooperation to visit and to welcome the representatives of the regions to each other. And we'll start with Mr. Smilevets Demyan, who's head of the Department of International Cooperation. And then we'll give the floor to other representatives of the you have the floor, Mr. Demyan Olegovich. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. On behalf of the Federal Agency for Tourism, I'd like to thank all the participants and the organizers of the summit of SCO member states. The tourism plays a big role in the development of the SCO. Yeah, and it is important that it is held on Chelyabinsk region because we have lots of monuments, natural monuments such as Archaim, historical monuments, where over 5,000 years they've been created an ancient city, and there a big and very developed culture existed there. It is the starting point to migration to India. India, the country which is actually thinking of entering the SCO countries. And this is the information for me to start with. And we'll continue to talk about tourism and cooperation to be fruitful in cooperation between all the member states of SCO. We have a good potential in this work, and the cooperation on the regional level will help to enhance contact and links, connections between countries within the tourist area. This will help to enhance the effective cooperation between the member states of SCO. This is a part of our strategy up to 2025. We'll work on the development of the trainings of the employees. As we know, the important thing in cooperation is to organize regularly the meetings. Recently we have been organized a meeting to determine the scope of the development program up to 2023. This was about the creation of the scope, the development of the tourism. The participants to the meeting promised to help each other and to assist each other in sorting out of the situation with the COVID epidemic. I'd like to say that our country is also creating the itineraries within Russia and outside. We are working on a big big Chinese road between Russia, Mongolia, and China. But these will work on creation and enhancing the hotel restoration system. This route concerns the T road. We are now working on the roadmap of this project with our Mongolian partners. We are cooperating with the representative of regions on this question. Such cities as Moscow, Dolgoprodny, Kuznetsov, Buryatia region, Krasnoyarsk region, Perm, Rai, Sverdlovsk region, Chelyabinsk region are participating in these initiatives. And the forum of the SCO will help to conserve the potential of the cultural and artistic and natural heritage. This dynamism in tourism development will help to bring up the plan into force. And it will also help to restore the tourist flows. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful work. Thank you, Demyan Olegovich. May I ask you a question? Demyan, what do you think? Rostourism, is it working on the trans-border tourism? Is it also working on the common international projects with our partners within the scope of the national project of hospitality industry? Answer: of course, we bring up the attention to the question of developing the trans-border projects with the member of SCO. We have projects realized with Finland in Karelia region. This itinerary helps to create new work possibilities. Thank you for this question, because actually it is important, and we are now gathering the information of the existing itineraries in Russia and outside, and would like to discuss it with the regions in the Russian Federation so that they could suggest other ideas and will include them into the national projects. Our project is roughly approved, but it will be refined and it will be detailed more. Thank you. Moderator. Thank you, Demyan, and I hope the regions will send Demyan. Yes, thank you, moderator. And we'll pass to the Sverdlovsk region, which is my native region. And of course, unfortunately, Chelyabinsk region is not associated to many of us with ecotourism, but it is undoubtedly the leader in this tourism. And I would like to pass the floor to the Vice Governor of the Chelyabinsk region.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I'm glad to welcome you here at this event, and I'm sure that the topic of today's discussion, tourism, especially interregional cooperation, apart from regional cooperation, logistics, within the ECO zone, yeah, it is one of the most important topics to be discussed. It is not a secret. Yeah, I could see lots of representatives of this industry. Yeah, it's not a secret that lots of us deal with this industry, and tourism faced lots of challenges lately, and we started paying more attention to tourism as part of the economics, and taking into account taxes and more aspects. And over the last 2 years, we've faced lots of challenges in terms of tourism. According to the World Tourism Organization, the number of tourist flow reduced almost 85%, and export income from tourism reduced by $0.3 billion. And yeah, so these are the numbers. We do have those disadvantages, but still the crisis showed us that tourism is extremely in demand, and people, they do need to go across the borders, and that is what influences the mood of the citizens, and those trans-border tours are really in demand. It is really natural for people to travel, and we see that when people are banned or prevented from traveling, that influenced their cultural lines, that influenced their psychological state. And all of you do understand that they do lack travels, which we used to think about as something an ordinary thing. And sure, we have modern technologies to use. Tourism is not an exception in this respect. And for example, today, even we have some participants who are joining us online, and it is a good practice for such events to be held in a hybrid format. Now we have lots of formats of virtual tours, contactless services, some events which are held online, and this allows us to use information technologies, helps us to show more what we can, and it can also help us attract more participants to such events. What else? Those technologies help us catch people's attention and make them come in person, participate in person. From the experience that they had online, that would ignite them and want them come in person. Despite the existing restrictions, the state members of the ECO, they are our neighbors predominantly. And if we talk about regional tourism, those countries are one of the important source of trans-border trips and tours. And now I would like to proceed to the Chelyabinsk region. This is a very unique region which has a unique historical background, natural resources, some forests. There are more than 170 protected areas in the region: Ilmensky National Park, Arkaim National Park, Zuratko, Taganai Park. And my colleague has already said that Taganai, Zugalga, they became what they are just thanks to the team of Alexei, my colleague from Ministry of Russian Tourism, and other people. So we do pay attention to the development of national parks across the country, and it is how we get our experience in this respect, and this helps to develop this destination in our region. What else? We have another destination within the tourism. For example, according to Megaphone Communication Company, 7 billion rubles was the turnover of hotels, and our geographical location creates unique opportunities. For example, there are 12 ski resorts in the region, for example, Sunny Valley, Haigaza, Eurasia, and some others. And those complexes, they have artificial snow there, which allows us to extend the ski resort season till April, for example, and hold sports events here as well. What else?
В данный момент буквально ведутся серьезные очень инвестиционные
Some of these resorts are participating in some projects which are aimed at extending the services provided, the touristic flow, which of course does influence on the status of those events. Our region is ranked 16th among the region in the respect of tourism. Maybe it isn't a surprise for somebody, but for those who live in Chelyabinsk region, it is a great thing. I will answer my colleague's question about the pace of our region a bit later, and I will talk about it in details. Okay, well, according to the results of 2020, the region created a health resort cluster, which is called Mountainous Ural. And we have some brand names, for example, that Chelyabinsk hosts even meteorites. And this project was defended in the Ministry of Russian Tourism. Also, some of the parts of touristic cluster became winners of competitions. And, for example, in the mid-December last year, we started another project aimed at developing the inner tourism in the Chelyabinsk region. It's kind of a tour allowing people to travel around the region, getting prices, sharing their pictures with the sites they visited, publish them on their social media, and thus promoting tourism potential of our region.
Признан лучшим проектом профильной смены туристического потенциала.
Amur
Также был
was
туристический портал
recognized
это
one of
специальный
the
сайт,
leaders in this respect.
понятный сервис для туристов.
Also, we have
на
a
Южный Урал. Есть готовые
simple-to-use
маршруты,
website for tourists. There are
календарь,
ready-made itineraries, calendars, lots of services,
занять третье
which
место
helped our website to be ranked number 3
в сфере
among the websites in the tourism, according to the marketing competition Pro Brand 2021. Also, Chelyabinsk region entered and even become the winner
победителей в акселераторе агентства
entered top
стратегических
30
промышленного туризма, что позволит
of
региону
countries, accelerators of touristic initiatives,
специальные экскурсионные программы по предприятиям, а затем
during which we developed some excursion programs,
эта работа также активно ведется.
which we can later
Более
offer to our tour group.
промышленности проводят
Now
экскурсии
in the region we have
для туристов
40 enterprises in the region which
специальностей.
hold excursions for students and pupils. For example, this is Chelyabinsk pipe casting plant, Makfar plant, and some more. And everybody who is present here, we all invite all of you to Magnitogorsk to event devoted to industrial tourism. We had it lately, and it was really popular with participants. It was really surprising for us, but still, yeah, this was a great event, really. Some other important events. According to the 2020-2021, we have opened some new hotels, for example, City Hotel, a touristic complex, Taganai Thermal Complex, Zlateust, and some more. In each municipality, they have locations which are ready to host tourists. What else we do conduct investment projects with the whole amount of 9 million rubles. We are talking about Turgayak, Sunny Valley, where we are going to build 2 hotels. Khokhlovati Lake is now witnessing construction of new hotel. Also, we have the gates to Urals, Jigardak ski resort. Now, for example, last year we got the results and we got the news that the Sunny Valley is going to develop further. And what's more, it had its second site recently for ski activities. Also, we cooperate with Bashkortostan Permsky region. We create macro-regional cluster of Big Ural, which includes visa centers, which also includes some trans-border itineraries and so on. Our region is ready to provide beneficial loans for tourism. We are ready to provide some new incentives as well. For example, this is the opportunity to get hire touristic objects. They are also aimed at child tourism, sports tourism, agricultural tourism, and so on. What's more, within the framework of the anti-pandemic measures, we made some decisions which helped tourism develop despite those restrictions. Also, we pay attention to the development of territories in cooperation with Russian Ministry of Tourism. We create master layouts of territories. For example, now we are working on the RKM master plan and Turgayak Lake. Also, we are going to create projects for touristic attraction. For example, Zlatoust city and Yetkul municipal district is going to open a local club for its citizens. So I feel I'm really honored and I'm really happy to see the entrepreneurs who start new projects in those cities and localities, in small regions, rural places. And thanks to that, we will be able to create mass tourism in the region. As for our pace of the region, one of the limiting factors is our image of an industrial region, first of all. We locals do understand that it isn't true, that indeed, industry is our staple and it is our basis, economic basis, but still its influence on the environment it has is awful, and you see it's limited. And those industrial objects, they take just small territories, but we have lots of areas which are national parks, forests, natural objects. And we do believe that our main task now within the touristic destination is to show those opportunities to explore those remote places, natural resources. And why we are here today, this is one of the steps we take towards the development of our region, touristic development of the Chelyabinsk region. We see that our colleagues share our approach, they do support us here. And speaking about the program, which industrial objects implement, all enterprises, they do pay attention to the environment. And, for example, they take some measures to protect the environment, to manage their production facilities in the way that they are more ecologically friendly. And this is the way to create our friendly image, eco-friendly image. And sure, this is one of the most important steps in this direction. And I'm really happy to see the people who are engaged in environmental protection, who are parts of Russia in this forum, our foreign guests here, colleagues. And I believe that for everybody here, tourism is something that we are sure to have, because it is impossible to think about unification without this cross-cultural exchange, touristic exchange. So once again, I'm happy to greet you here. I wish you fruitful cooperation, fruitful work within this session and within some other events we're going to have. We will have our plenary session. And once again, thank you very much for you being here. Igor, yeah, thank you very much. And yeah, I wanted to ask about the image of the region, but my colleague has already answered my question. And I'm really glad to hear that the Chelyabinsk region is developing in terms of digitalization, some modern technologies. For example, we can see that the region provides online visiting of some landmarks, some tour products which are provided online, and that is really good news. Thank you very much for that. Good job. And we are proceeding to the international part of our program today. Our next speaker today is Deputy Head of the Committee for Culture and Tourism of the People's Government in Cheongsong City, Xin Bao. We have our speaker joining us online, and we give the floor to Xin Bao.
Коллеги, вам слово. Господин Цин Бао, мы вас слушаем, пожалуйста.
Dear colleagues, you have the floor, please. Mr. Xin Bao, you can start. I'm honored to participate to this panel session during the event of the members of SCO states. I'm the deputy head of the Committee for Culture and Tourism of our city, and I'd like to tell you about the tourism and development of our city within the SCO member states. Chunsin is a unique center under the direct administration of central government in Western China, and its surface is 22,000 square kilometers, and the population is over 32 billion people. Chunsin is rich in resources and marvelous landscapes, has 3 gorges of Yangtze River, world cultural heritage like Dazu rock carvings. It is also an object of world natural heritage. It counts more than 3,000 years of history. In 2020, the gross regional product was 2.5 trillion of yuan, and the city welcomed 42.4 million of tourists and accommodated them, and which is a growth of the recovery of 64.5% from the previous year. This proves our tourist potential. which means that we are growing over 80% comparing to the previous year. And we are also implementing new tourist projects and programs. We are concentrating on the quality of these programs so that they could attract more tourists and to reflect the peculiarities of our province. Over the last years, we are promoting online products. We have the online applications so that people can get acquainted with the products of our region, even if they live outside China. From this point of view, the committees in digital developments are working intensely. And I think it is a very good trend. This year is the 20th anniversary of the creation of SCO. Over these periods, the practical cooperation in various domains was very fruitful. Chunxin is a strategic point in development of Western China, and it stays on the crossroads on one belt, one road, and the economic belt of Yangtze River. And it widens the regular and institutional exchanges and cooperation with SCO member states. The parties exchange the visits on a high level, and it is constantly deepening. Over 3 last years, Chunxin has been welcoming in the foreign capital, and it was cooperating with Russia, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Belarus, and other, and it has enhanced the cooperation in television and promotion of image and theater. And every year, we are striving to promote our city, our resources. This is a great amount of work. Today is the target is to establish exchanges and contacts with the members of SCO, and we'd like to invite more mass media representatives to promote our city. Chunxin has opened some kind of windows for our foreign partners so that foreign tourists could get access to our digital resources. Over the last years, I can say it for sure that our city is growing, and it is now separated from the region. This year, in August, we have organized a panel session about tourist development between SCO member states. During these sessions, we have actively discussed the aspects and mechanisms of cooperation in tourism area, especially in cloud platforms. These instruments will help us to achieve better results. The initiative of One Belt, One Road is becoming more intensive. We'll promote these ideas, cooperating with our partners. I'd like to share 4 points of cultural cooperation and tourist cooperation. First, we hope the epidemic will be over. And anyway, we're developing tools that will help us to communicate, to work together efficiently. To work with the barriers that we have. We are a big family named SCO. And we have to develop a program of working with the barriers that we have. We should develop the infrastructure. We should develop. We should restore economy. We should use humanitarian and historical resources to innovate for developing the products of the world-class level. This will help us to upgrade or level the whole tourism area. This will help to upgrade and to restore and make the world tourism flourish.
在这种情况下，尤其是也会改变人们的旅游消费。
At the same time, the world struggling with pandemic, we are getting aware of the fact that we do have all the resources
富有旅游的体验感、有价值
to co-create our products.
我们上合组织
And this will help us to promote them efficiently. By this,
那么第二点呢，
we
就是
implement
也不是
initiative of SCO in development.
面对新冠疫情，我们的
Secondly,
行为是开发资源开发方面
will further implement the Internet plus Tourism project.
推动旅游和
The
现代
technologies such as online tourism and cloud exhibitions will continue to promote the development of smart tourism
云端的展览的一些技术
by digitalization, networking, and intellectualization.
智慧旅游发展
Today,
下一步呢，我们也希望上合组织人员
cloud technologies of cloud exhibitions are developing.
上合组织合作智慧旅游中心
These
智慧旅游现代
targets will be achieved within the SCO scope. And this will be helping to promote the products, the tourist products of the SCO member states. This will help us to restore the figures that we had in tourism area before pandemic. In China, we use this platform actively, and I wish we could
进一步优化旅游市
go
场化
on with its developments alongside with all the other countries.
信用分级分类管理
This will
强
give
化
a new impulse in our cooperation.
市场氛围，要推动国际旅游人才的队伍建设，形成具有国际视野、通晓国际规则、提供国际一流服务的旅游专业人才。同时加强旅游市场，
this will help to create a better reliability on the world market. This will help us to create more working places.
便利化举措
And we could provide international services in tourism.
工业旅游在这方面呢，
Our colleagues have been taking the development of technologies in the Chelyabinsk region, and I think this is not only actual for Chelyabinsk, but for all the SCO member states regions.
我们曾经也2019年都在积极探索，
We also could discuss those questions during our meetings.
让更多的我们重庆市民走出去能够到俄罗斯
As long as I
去国家去观光旅游度假你比如说像滑雪这样的项目，对我们重庆吸引力是很大的。刚好我们在进入了全面的推动工作就碰上这个新冠疫情新冠疫情，但是我们相信新冠疫情一定会过去这个我们的出入境旅游一定会恢复到一个正常化的一个状态。这个时候我们在这方面呢，一定要很好的要加强合作那么现在我想呢，我们是可以更多的通过我们的线上，通过云端来进行一些交流合作，怀着说对这个怎么新冠疫情的防控的一些措施，在这方面我们是可以加强交流与沟通来共享的。第四，进一步加强双向国际交流合作，深化合作新路径合作开展国际宣传营销，依托国际的宣传平台推荐对方旅游资源，提升国际旅游品牌形象，开展国际游客护送，共同做大入境旅游市场。我们每年呢，这个都要去参加莫斯科旅展我觉得这个平台是非常好的。我们到俄罗斯去推荐重庆旅游形象，同时对俄罗斯游客到中国来旅游、到重庆来旅游进行咨询服务，还有呢就是借鉴学习俄罗斯这个部分旅游企业的意见，非常好。好。这个同时呢，我们还要加强这个在文化艺术博物馆美术馆这方面的交流合作总之呢，我们期待上合组织或成员国在未来能够继续深入的开展合作，不断搭建新平台，提供新助力，打造新亮点，这个全面推进旅游高质量发展，为后疫情时代推进旅游业的复苏振兴，大家共同做出努力我的发言就到这里，谢谢大家。
Господин Цинтинбао, спасибо вам огромное за ваш доклад, за те конкретные предложения, которые вы сделали, в том числе касаемые пандемии. Мы обязательно включим эти предложения в нашу итоговую резолюцию. Спасибо вам большое. Следующий наш спикер, заместитель министра культуры Омской области Бакулина Светлана Дмитриевна. Пожалуйста, Светлана Дмитриевна.
Коллеги, включить презентацию, пожалуйста. Да. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. От лица Министерства культуры Омской области благодарю вас за приглашение на форум. Надеюсь, что наше сотрудничество в течение сегодняшнего дня будет продуктивным. Моя задача сегодня рассказать о туристском потенциале Омской области и о возможностях для формирования межрегионального и международного сотрудничества, в том числе со странами ШОС. В первую очередь хочется сказать, что Омская область – это, конечно же, самобытный регион Сибири. Он достоин внимания любознательных путешественников. Удачное расположение на юге Западно-Сибирской равнины, наличие богатого природно-рекреационного потенциала, культурно-исторического потенциала, научного – это те факторы, которые способствуют развитию привлекательности, туристской привлекательности Омской области. И мы уверены, что у нашего региона большое будущее в этом направлении. А на сегодняшний день в Омской области развиваются десятки туристических направлений, в том числе в области экологии. Так, например, организовано более 10 маршрутов экологической направленности. У нас созданы инфраструктурные объекты, например, эколого-туристские тропы на особо охраняемых природных территориях, на территориях природного парка, например, Птичья гавань в городе Омске, а также в отдаленных районах Омской области. Конечно же, город Омск – это город, который не так давно отпраздновал свое 300-летие. Образованный в 1716 году, сегодня имеет очень богатый культурный опыт принятия гостей. У вас в зале расположены путеводители, которые позволяют вам познакомиться чуть ближе с нашим городом и выстроить возможные туристские маршруты между регионами. Хочется сказать, что город Омск – это, конечно же, актуальное, интересное музейное пространство. Так, например, у нас располагается Омский областной музей изобразительных искусств имени Михаила Александровича Врубеля.
Named after Mikhail Lobel. And we have, for example, one of the most famous paintings of this painter, and that is what attracts tourists from neighboring regions. Also, we have a literature museum after Dostoevsky. Dostoevsky could be called a real brand of our region. So this brand was formed under specific circumstances. He was in prison for 7 years there, but still he was writing there, and he left some works of arts, created works of arts there, living there. And what's more, we have a unique history of intercultural and ethnic relations. Our region is rich of cultural events. Some of them you could see on the slide. For example, it is International Forum, Siberian Marathon. It is Father Frost House in Omsk region. Not long time ago, it became our brand. And during 2 months in December and January, we are waiting for you. Come to us to visit our reserves and visit our region. I would also like to say that our region, it is one of the only regions in Russia which has natural agricultural reserve. There are more than 2,000 species of animals, and it is one of the most famous touristic destinations. It includes touristic complexes, natural reserves. Here we have 50 redbook species, not only Russian redbook, but world redbook as well. The Omsk region also attracts tourists with one of its oldest city on the territory, not only on the territory of the region, but on the territory of the whole Siberian region. It is Stara city. It was founded almost 2 centuries ago, and now it is the hub of history, formation of history. And this is where Siberian Kazakhs started forming their society. This is natural resources which are also attracting tourists. Some game resources and reserves. More than 40 species, animals and fish, which are a real treasure for hunters and fishermen. More than 200 species of fish. Also, we have another brand.
В Омском районе известно далеко за пределами Омской области. И это место называют энергетическим центром Земли. С Муромцевским районом связана легенда о 5 потаенных целительных озерах. Бренд «5 озер», я думаю, известен многим из вас. Существует легенда, что, окунувшись в 4 известных озерах, 5-е откроется человеку, очищенного телом и душой, и продлит его жизнь. Это, конечно, та легенда, которая тоже привлекает внимание многочисленных туристов на территорию Омской области. У нас в регионе развит паломнический туризм, в частности, Ачиирский крестовый женский монастырь, который расположен
Women's monastery, which is located about 50 kilometers far from Omsk, which is famous not only for its history, but also its thermal sources, where the temperature is never lower than 36.6 degrees Celsius. Also, we have Saint Nicholas Men's Monastery and Saints.
Хочется сказать, что на протяжении долгого периода мы сотрудничаем с ярким представителем стран ШОС, Республикой Казахстан. И вот на нескольких слайдах я представляю примеры взаимообмена между музеями, между музейными коллекциями таких городов, как Павлодар, как Читав, Кустанай, которые размещают свои фотовыставки, коллекции в своих музеях на территории города Омска, в частности, на территории Эрмитаж Сибири, на территории Либеров центра, на территории Дома-музея Кондратия Петровича Белова. Но одним из самых ожидаемых событий в городе Омске стало открытие центра Эрмитаж Сибири. Это открытие состоялось 6 ноября 2019 года, когда в Омске проходил 16-й форум межрегионального сотрудничества России и Казахстана с участием глав государств. Сегодня, конечно, это культурно-образовательный центр. На открытии 7 ноября присутствовал президент.
Opened on the 7th of November, and the opening ceremony was visited by the presidents of both countries. Also, we hosted the exhibition from St. Petersburg, devoted to more than 400 exhibits of hermitage. Sure, I am to say that business cooperations aren't the only perspective we are aiming at in terms of tourism. Also, it is our present, it is what we are living with, and what we are heading to. You can see our information leaflets in the hall. You can find them. You can find information about the event we're going to hold on the 24th of November 2021. Please pay attention to the sessions this event will include. And we are going to talk about tourism, about our plans for 2021-2022, about trends in tourism, in touristic business. We're going to have a meeting of touristic centers in Omsk. And first of all, we were inviting the region of Siberia, but we can see that our excursion project, which became one of the winners of the competition and united more than 30 cities across the Russia and other regions. Yeah, this is a prominent event, and we are looking for the Chelyabinsk region to participate in the event as well. And we are to say that sure, this forum has a huge potential. It has a set of tasks ahead of us, and this will be a new direction of our international and interregional cooperation. We invite everybody to participate in this event, and we are sure that tourism is the industry, is the area which will allow us to create tolerant and amicable relations between our regions and countries, and it will be related to huge perspectives in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And as far as I understood, now Omsk is becoming the center of cultural and event tourism. Right, I would agree with you. And for us, it is one of the direction of the development in this respect. We hold some important events, international events as well. For example, not long ago, we launched a Silk Road event. Also, the end 2021, the beginning 2022, we will host ice hockey championship for the youth, and we also host not only Russian guests but also foreigners, and we invite them to participate in our Siberian International Marathon. This is an event which attracts the attention of our colleagues in Russia and abroad. So this is our aim. We aim at the developing of touristic destinations within the region, and we want our region to be not only a promising region in terms of tourism, but one of the advanced region in this respect. Thank you very much for this work. Thank you very much for your presentation. Our next participant is Mr. Asif Mahmoud. It is advisor to the Chief Minister of Punjab Province and Islamic Republic of Pakistan on the management of parks and gardens and tourism. So we have a question to you. We have a presentation and video. What should be first, the presentation or video?
I think we have to speak it first, then at the end of my speech, you play that video. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation, and it is a matter of an absolute honor for me to be here at this prestigious forum to represent my country, Pakistan. Pakistan believes that SCO countries have much in common to cherish and resources to prosper by strengthening cooperation in trade, agriculture, regional connectivity, and tourism. Mutual support based on investing our energies on trade can shape a stable and prosperous region. SCO has provided us with a unique opportunity in the times of despair when world is fighting with the pandemic of COVID-19 to strengthen our socio-economic bond for the betterment of the region. We share a lot in heritage bestowed upon us in history, culture, and values. For example, recently, Tourism Department has initiated the excavation at Nandana Fort in the Salt Range of Punjab. A province of Pakistan, it is the site in Pakistan where a non-Muslim scientist from Central Asia, Al-Biruni, first quantified the radius of circumference of the planet Earth in the 11th century. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan, with the population of 211 million people, is the fifth most populated abode of humanity in the world. It is also one of the most vibrant population in the world, as youth forms 60% of its total population. Pakistan is one of the most diverse countries on the planet Earth when it comes to geological, archaeological, cultural settings. Pakistan is the birthplace of world's most prominent civilizations such as Mehrgarh, Indus Valley, and Gandhara civilization. Its diverse landscape is home to 5 tallest mountains in the world, 5 scorching deserts, lush green plateaus, and plains spreading countrywide. Recently, Pakistan has been ranked as a top tourist destination in the world by Forbes, Condé Nast Traveler, and British Backpacker Society. Such endorsements reflects the immense potential which Pakistan has regarding tourism. We believe through regional cooperation, Pakistan can translate its potential on the ground for the millions. Under the vision of Prime Minister Imran Khan, Pakistan is taking serious interventions to upscale and standardize the tourism sector of visitors. Ease of obtaining visa for the tourist are being ensured. I am delighted to state that Pakistan is providing on-arrival tourist visa for the citizens of SCO countries. It will surely contribute in sustainable development of the tourism industry. Being the representative of Punjab, the biggest province of Pakistan, I would like to highlight the following sector of tourism which have immense potential. Crafts. Crafts of Punjab are the epitome of socio-culture evolution of our ancient region. Pakistani craft include really Kashmiri shawls, embroidered cloths, fur garments, jewelry, handmade shoes, leather products, craft of pink salt from the world's second largest salt repository. Peshawari chappal, football, camel skin, lamps, multani pottery, Sindhi topi, ajrak, Baskari cane, furniture, rugs, and carpet, handicraft of Punjab have their own charm and market in the world. Each region of Punjab has its own flair in crafts. It is the brilliance of human craftsmanship which has been our hallmark for centuries. Archaeological evidence of Harappa and Gandhara civilization tells us the tales of our cultural magnificence. Currently, Punjab has urban and rural setting. In urban centers, woodwork, jewelry, and fine cotton-based major crafts are being produced, while in rural areas, crafts based on cotton weaving, basket weaving, and embroidery are very famous. Punjab presents the best combination of traditional and modern crafts. Through cooperation, regional handicrafts can provide great opportunities for trade, which will translate into socio-economic well-being at grassroots level. Heritage and religious tourism. Punjab is blessed with the site of historical, cultural, and religious significance. In south, it has Harappa. In the north, it has Texla, ancient metropolises of ancient civilization of Indus Valley and Gandhara. Sacred sites of 5 major religions, Hinduism, Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, and Sikhism attracts millions of devotees. Regional cooperation under the umbrella of SCO can help in promoting interfaith harmony, plural society in the region. Agri-tourism. Punjab is the pioneer of country's agriculture sector, which contributes more than 22% of the national GDP. Its shares to national grain production is around 68% because Punjab has most of the fertile land of the country, producing variety of crops and agri-products. It presents natural opportunities for agri-tourism all years round. We here at SCO represent 40% of the modern world's population. It calls for our wholehearted attention to uplift our communities. SCO has contributed more than 20% of global GDP, which certainly needs to be improved. I hope SCO will help to further deepen the mutual relationship and cooperation between the countries to charge lives. Thank you very much. Now do it. Are you going to play that video or? Thank you.
Коллеги, я попрошу включить видео.
Could you please launch the video?
Have you ever wondered who measured the size of the earth? So about 1,000 years ago, a legendary Persian Muslim scientist measured the circumference of the earth from his hilltop observatory not far from Lahore, the cultural capital of Pakistan. Which, by the way, you should definitely visit. The man was Abu Rehan al-Biruni, and the place was Nandana Fort. How about we take a trip there right now? On the magnificent salt range of Punjab, you can see a historical wonder. The ancient Nandana Fort, standing tall on the lush green plateau of Pothohar. Nandana Fort is strategically located on a hilltop near the village of Baghabara in district Jhelum, which is on the eastern flank of the salt range. It was built in the 8th century by the Hindu Shahi dynasty and is named after the mythological garden of the Hindu god Lord Indra. It's accessible from both the motorway and GT road. The fort was built for the surveillance of the Nandana Pass and as a deterrent for invaders. Nandana Fort remained a stronghold of the Hindu Shahi dynasty until it was captured in 1013 by Mahmud of Ghazni. And with Mahmud came the legendary Muslim scientist, Abu Rehan al-Biruni. What you're seeing from here was known as the Nandana Pass. The Nandana Pass itself was an ancient stone road that connected India with Afghanistan and Central Asia. This was the very same route used by Alexander the Great in his epic clash with Raja Porus at the Battle of Hydaspes in 326 BC. Al-Biruni's purpose was to document the history, science, and culture of the region. So once Mahmud of Ghazni went back to Afghanistan, Al-Biruni stayed back. And thank God for that. I am standing at the very spot where Abu Rehan al-Biruni had his observatory in the 11th century. This is where he quantified the radius and circumference of this little blue dot we call home. Abu Rehan al-Biruni, being a mathematical visionary, combined algebra and trigonometry to solve the epic problem of calculating the size of the earth. Having read al-Biruni's description, let me tell you how he estimated the size of the earth. Al-Biruni needed a mountaintop from where he could see the flat horizon, and Nandana Fort was ideal for that. But first, he needed to measure the height of the mountain. He did this by going to 2 points in the valley, which were in a straight line with the mountaintop. Then he measured the distance between those 2 points. And finally, he measured the angles between those points and the mountaintop. To do this, he used a device called an astrolabe, which is basically a giant protractor with angles and degrees and a pointer to determine his line of sight. Now he had enough information to measure the height of the mountain using trigonometry and algebra. He needed only one more measurement to get the size of the earth. Angle of the line of sight of the horizon as it dips below the horizontal. Now here's the amazing part. Al-Biruni imagined the mountain as a large right-angled triangle, which has 3 corners, the mountaintop, the horizon, and the center of the earth. Using trigonometry, Al-Biruni figured out that the angle of the horizon and the height of the mountain were related to the radius of the earth, and algebra helped him calculate it. This was the formula that allowed Al-Biruni to calculate the circumference of the earth, which, by the way, is within 200 miles of the value that we know of it to be today, about 25,000 miles. That is an accuracy of 99%. And that too when it was measured almost 1,000 years ago. Let that sink in. The Nandana complex comprises of a fort, a temple, and a mosque. The temple is known as the Shiva temple, and it was built by Anandapala, son of the Shahi king Jayapala, somewhere early in the 9th century. The mosque was built by Mahmud of Ghazni when he took over the fort from the Hindu Shahi Raj. Nandana remained under Muslim rule until the Sultan of Khwarazm was defeated by the Mongol hordes in the 13th century. The furious Mongols, led by the ruthless Genghis Khan himself, used the Nandana Pass to chase the fleeing Sultan and capture the fort. I mean, what history this place has. A couple of centuries later, when the Mughals recaptured the fort and the pass, Nandana became a place for leisure. Finally, no more wars and invasions. There are historical records of the Mughal emperors Jalaluddin Akbar and Jahangir mentioning Nandana as a place for relaxation and hunting in the 16th and the 17th century. Though Nandana is in Pakistan, its significance is global. This is a place that belongs to all humanity. This hidden marvel of world heritage was recently highlighted during Prime Minister Imran Khan's visit to Nandana. The Prime Minister himself takes keen interest in cherishing and preserving our glorious past for generations to come. Government of Punjab, under the vision of Prime Minister Imran Khan, has decided to preserve, restore, and promote Nandana, as well as the incredible contributions of Abu Rehan Al-Biruni towards humanity. First step towards making this dream a reality is the formation of the Radius, which will include 7 historical sites from the region, including Nandana Fort, Shiva Temple, Katas Raj, Tila Jogian, Kyora Salt Mines, Malat Fort, and Takht Babri. What you see here right now are perhaps just ruins, but every stone here is steeped in history. The wind whispers stories. The skies have borne witness to the kings and heroes who have made our world what it is today. Come and have a look. We're right here, waiting.
Господин Мехмуд, спасибо вам огромное за доклад.
Mr. Mehmood, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much for such an informative video you presented, and I believe that everybody now wants to visit this place. Our next speaker today is Mirbek Kazhoyev, plenipotentiary of the President of the Kyrgyz Republic in Issyk-Kul region.
Добрый день, дамы и господа.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of the second forum of the heads of regions of the SCO. I would like to take advantage of my presence here and thank the government of the Chelyabinsk region for the invitation to this event. Thank you very much for giving the floor today. I would like to welcome all the participants today who gathered together here for the second forum of the regional heads. Today, we can see the representatives of the governments and business community. And today, we will have the opportunity to cover some urgent issues. We will think of some further issues to be discussed, and I'm sure that it will favor further cooperation in tourism and will help us to support each other. And we believe that the suggestions provided by the participants will help us in the mutual aim of developing this industry. Today's forum is one of the most important platforms for supporting and developing of economic cooperation between our countries, in particular SCO regions. In my presentation, I would like to be brief and tell you about the Issyk-Kul region potential. First of all, our region is famous as being a touristic attraction point. This is not without a reason, because, for example, in 2019, according to the Lonely Planet publisher, Kyrgyzstan was named one of the most recommended touristic destinations. Beach holidays are popular, ski resorts are popular as well. We have Karakol Ski Resort, which is famous across the world and ranks top 10 among the most attractive ski resorts in the CIS countries. We have some health resorts and recreational houses for people to undergo some treatment. This is our main destination, and this allows us to establish direct contracts with our partners. I would like to mention also epidemiologic situation in the world. Now everybody pays huge attention to their health. For example, in our region, have a growth in the demand for such kind of
Кроме остальных видов туризма, хотел бы отметить преимущество для организации.
Istiklal region is one of the best places to enhance your health. Also, we are working on the sports tourism. High altitude and mid-altitude trainings are beneficial.
Наилучший способ получить.
And by now, it is one of the most effective way to outperform your competitors when you train in those conditions. This is the unique combination of the altitude of 1,607 meters. That is why I suggest to organize sports training sessions and camps for future sportsmen and athletes and winners of the Olympics. I would also like to mention that during the existence of the USSR, all the athletes of the Olympics were training there. All the astronauts and cosmonauts, including Yuri Gagarin, were undergoing rehabilitation there in the Istiklal region on the shores of our lake. And we pay huge attention to that destination, as I've mentioned. Our peculiarities allow tourists, attract more tourists. And that is why I suggest to develop the strategy of increasing the touristic flow between our regions and create a so-called touristic itinerary between our regions. In order to increase this touristic flow, it will allow us to conduct a fair cooperation. It will allow us to increase the income of small and middle enterprises and favor the development of tourism in general. I would also like to thank the organizers of this event, once again, the governor of the Chelyabinsk region, for the invitation here today. And I would like to wish the every success and fruitful work here. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Yeah, great suggestions. We are going to include them in the final resolution of our summit. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Mrs. Bhumika Dhawan, the Haryana Tourism Corporation. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Bhumika Dhawan, on behalf of Haryana Tourism Corporation, feel privileged to have you all here for this webinar organized on developing tourism between SCO member states region. India has been blessed with a geographical, cultural, and linguistic diversity which is so rich and varied that one will need a lifetime to explore each and every part of India. Haryana tourism has acquired a prominent place on the tourist map of the country for its outstanding contribution in the promotion of tourism. The vibrant Haryana. The lively state of Haryana, as it's the confluence of history, art, and culture, whether you want to wake up to the lush fields, experience authentic farm life, be a part of serious business convention, get an adrenaline rush from adventure activities, embark on a spiritual pilgrimage, or just enjoy a quiet vacation with your family, Haryana has it all. The best of history, adventure, and holidays come together with Haryana Tourism Active Development and Infrastructure Initiative. Haryana Tourism Corporation 42 tourist resorts are liberally scattered along the national and state highways. They are set in a picturesque backdrop and equipped with all the modern amenities like motels, conference halls, restaurants, banquets, and entertainment options. Families on a leisure trip and interstate travelers can always make a pit stop at one of the resorts and enjoy the hospitality. Haryana Tourism also boasts of 15 petrol pumps and 5 Institute of Hotel Management. Let me tell you about MICE Tourism. Haryana has been proactive in creating convention center to cater to the MICE segment and has projected the state as prominent center for trade and commerce. There's 7 of the art convention center: Hotel Rajas, Tilyar Lake, Dabchit, Grey Pelican, Red Bishop in different cities. Next is religious tourism. The Ministry of Tourism, Government of India has identified Kurukshetra as a major religious tourist destination along with Brahms Rover, Sanit Rover, a 3D multimedia show on various themes from Bhagavad Gita and Mahabharata, mural painting and Mahabharata artifact add to the attraction. Haryana Tourism has planned to set up a digital museum at Jyotisar. This museum will be dedicated to the epic called Mahabharata. It will be divine showcase of this grand tale and will surprise visitor with its digital avatar. Next and most important is Adventure Hub. Haryana is all geared up to the hotspot for adventure sport activities, starting with Tikkatar Morni Hills in Panchkula as ideal site for adventure sport activities like parasailing, paramotor, jet scooter. More and more sites have already been earmarked, such as Hathni Kund, Damdama, etc. These activities will open a new vista in tourism for Haryana. Upholding heritage. Sites of historical significance have been painstakingly restored and turned into tourist attraction like Yadavindra Gardens, Raja Nahar Singh Palace, Balagarh, that boast of luxurious rooms and ideally suited for hosting royal weddings and social gatherings. These historical sites at Narnaul are a must visit for those bitten by historical history bug. Other such sites include Rewari, Mahendragarh. Next, the world biggest handicraft fair is held at Faridabad in the fortnight of February and is most important event in the international tourist calendar, that is Suraj Kund International Crafts Mela. Craftspersons from across the globe share a unique platform to showcase their art, crafts, and where the shoppers get to treat themselves to languishing crafts from every state and from across the seas. Now we have also started homestay scheme. Homeowners offer rooms, accommodation to tourists and guests on commercial basis. Under this scheme, the tourists get an alternate choice to hotels where they can live with local families in their homes and experience the native culture and cuisine. Haryana also explored farm tourism that gives a connect with the rural life and to be one with nature again. One can come back to nature and experience the unforgettable whiff of the countryside and rediscover cultural heritage and delve into foreign folk traditions. In the end, I would like to thank all the respected dignitaries, and it's been an honor to be able to present before you all. Thank you so much.
Спасибо вам, госпожа Бхумика Тхаван.
Thank you, Mrs. Bhumika Thavan. We are out of time, and unfortunately, we have to finish our discussion. I'd like to say that our first meeting was just the presentation one. Most of our colleagues tried to present their regions. It was probably a surprise for many that Chelyabinsk region has some nature opportunities. Then Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan are among the top sites in tourism development. And I'm grateful to our colleagues for their offers and we'll, of course, include them in the final resolution. Thank you all for your work. In an hour, we'll start plenary session. You are all invited to the same room after the lunch break. Thank you.
Здравствуйте. Скажите, пожалуйста, как Самарская область слышно, видно?
Здравствуйте, Акмольская область, слышно, да? Акмольская область, слышно? Здравствуйте. Казахстан. Республика Казахстан.
Коллеги, добрый день. Это Елизавета. У нас появилась возможность протестировать подключение звук, если кто-то хочет. Давайте проверим, кто у нас сейчас на связи.
Елизавета, день добрый, Самарская область.
Добрый день, Самара. Да, слышу, вижу. Все хорошо. Я вас отмечаю, что вы подключились.
Сейчас, подождите.
Все,
Да, спасибо.
Добрый день, Омская область. Видно, слышно?
Так, секундочку, подождите. Омская область. Да, видно, слышно. Повторите еще что-нибудь, скажите.
Раз, два, три, четыре.
Раз, два, три. Да, все, звук идет. Омская область. Отлично, спасибо.
Добрый день, Казахстан, Акмолинская область.
Добрый день, да, очень приятно, Канат Муратович. Все хорошо, видно, слышно. Да, все, спасибо, можете пока что отключать звук. Картинку можете оставить. Угу. Коллеги, кто еще готов проверить соединение?
Больше нет никого.
Так, коллеги, МИД Российской Федерации, вы здесь? Можем проверить? Таджикистан. Коллеги, Индия.
Είπες πως το αύριο είναι ακόμα μακριά και τότε είδα τα μάτια σου. Πήραν το χρώμα της θάλασσας. Αν είναι όνειρο, μην με ξυπνήσεις.
Düşün kaleye.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги, друзья, партнеры. Просьба занимать места в зрительном зале. Мы сейчас начинаем наш форум. И поэтому, коллеги, я прошу всех занять места. Форум начинается буквально через несколько минут.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats, make yourself comfortable. In a few minutes, we will start our plenary meeting of the forum.
Уважаемые коллеги, господа, просьба занять места. Наши спикеры
Dear
уже
colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our speakers are going down to the plenary session room.
We start quite soon. Уважаемые коллеги,
Dear colleagues, today we are present in a hospital region of the Urals, and that's why here we have the Forum of Regional Leaders of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. I'm very happy to welcome you here. My name is Alexander Kalinin. I'm the president of All Russian Non-Governmental Organization of Small and Medium Businesses, Opora Russia. And for me, it is a pleasure to be a moderator of the second meeting of the Forum of Regional Leaders of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization member states, which is devoted to the mechanisms of interregional cooperation of the member states of the SCO. It's a pleasure for me to introduce the speakers of today's meeting, who, despite all the difficulties, despite all the challenges of today, are present here offline. And first and foremost to Alexei Texler, the governor of the Chelyabinsk region, who is hosting this meeting. So, good afternoon, Mr. Texler. Today we also have Igor Yuryevich Babushin, who is the governor of Astrakhanskaya region. I'm glad to welcome the Deputy Akim of the Akmola region and also the Mr. Mirbek Kazhoev, the governor of the Issyk-Kul region of the Kyrgyz Republic. So, colleagues, we also have a lot of speakers and experts and the heads of the different organizations. They are online and they will join us in the course of the plenary meeting. So I will introduce them in due time. So you know that our meeting today is full of concrete ideas. So what is interregional cooperation? So first of all, these are direct contacts between the different regions, oblasts, when the governments of the regions keep in touch with each other, when they conduct business together, when they overcome barriers on the way to economic development. And these are also the opportunity to fly to another country, to meet people from another country, to meet the representatives of the member states of SCO countries. Joint activities of the governments, of businesses, and of our citizens is of great importance. First of all, I would like to ask the governor of Chelyabinsk region, could you tell us about the stages of the development of the forum? What does Chelyabinsk region may offer to the Shanghai organization?
Let me go to the rostrum. Let me remind you that we have video broadcasting to all SCO countries, member states. Before answering your question, Alexander Sergeyevich, let me personally greet the participants of our forum. I'm very glad to see all of you, those who have found time to come to Chelyabinsk region and those who have joined us online. We are grateful to all those who have paid attention to our initiative to create this forum, to the Secretariat of SOCO, to the governments of the member states, to the regional leaders, and first of all, we are grateful to the leaders of the states who have given the high support for this forum. For Chelyabinsk region, the Forum of Regional Leaders is a special event. We were the initiator of this forum. It was supported by the heads of states, even without the chairmanship of Russian Federation in SCO. We continue cooperation in terms of this mechanism starting the summer of 2019, when the major documents of the forum were ratified and inter-regional development and cooperation got the new dynamic, and this is reinforced by our figures of economic cooperation. SCO countries account for a lineal share of the trade turnover, and this is still growing. In the first 6 months of this year, it has grown by 70% as opposed to last year, same period. This year, Tajikistan was hosting us, and 2021 is really a breakthrough in development of cooperation with this republic. Our delegation in July visited Dushanbe and Sogd region, and we and colleagues have reached a lot of agreements for cooperation in power industry and South Ural arbor and insulation plant in infrastructure development project in Tajikistan. I'm glad to see Uzbekistan colleagues, because it is to them we are passing the chairmanship in the forum in 2022. Among the regions of the Republic, we have a lot of partners: Navoi region, Samarkand, Namangan, Tashkent regions. And on our part, we are ready to give all support necessary to give the expertise about the forum organization, etc. We gradually expand cooperation with India and regions of India. And for the nearest future, we have planned food product negotiations, supply, and we have received a request from Indian colleagues about the exchange of experience in metallurgical plants. The important partner of Chelyabinsk region is Kazakhstan, accounting for over 20% of the regional turnover. We have great cooperation links and ties, and in the industry and in agriculture. And one of the directions where we see prospect is the tourist flows development. We have exquisite nature. We have ecological, medical tourism developed. We suggest that our colleagues from the regions create weekend tours, given the proximity of Kazakhstan and Chelyabinsk region, and given the transport accessibility of our tourist facilities. The People's Republic of China was the first who have taken up our initiative to create this forum of regional leaders, and we are intently looking at the projects developing in China and the demonstration zone in Xindao. We are interested in having China host our representative office of our region, and we asked Chando colleagues to look into this opportunity, to this possibility, and we have planned for an online event, and the prospects of in cooperation with China and the new opportunities for growth of our external turnover is one of the priorities of our cooperation. I must say that apart from the various international cooperation, industrial cooperation, we count on further cooperation with China, Kazakhstan, and all the states which are in close proximity to our region, with a view to logistic reinforcement, with a view to cooperation in logistics and transportation problem solving, and to develop our Yuzhno-Uralsky hub, which today is not working to its full capacity, and there is still possibility for its development. Today we have hosting a delegation from Kyrgyzstan. We have established good trade and economic relationship, where we are working on tourism direction. We have met with Issyk-Kul region of Kyrgyzstan leader, and we have signed the roadmap for cooperation development in various fields, and we see further possibilities for development here. And it is a pleasure to announce that agreements have been reached in the offline format in-person format, and we are actively working with the delegations of this region. We have great potential with Pakistan, especially in mechanical engineering and steel building, steel industry, Urals and tractors. We see a lot of opportunities for development in this area, and the oil and gas industry and construction industry. It is hard to overestimate the cooperation of our region with the various regions of SCO member states, but we are not the only region of the Russian Federation which are aiming at this. And we have Astrakhan region governor, Mr. Babushkin. I'm very grateful to him for his visit, and the governor of Samara and Omsk regions. Colleagues from these regions in the morning were meeting up together with myself, and we decided to create a national part of the forum of the regional leaders of SCO, to have a pool of leaders who will be constantly working and developing various initiatives of SCO. And further, we are planning to have the national chapter to invite the partners from other states, other member states, and we suggest that our foreign member states look into creation of their national chapters to cooperate actively in the development of cooperation of industrial, humanities, cultural, etc. And in closing, dear colleagues, I would like to express my gratitude for being here, for the input that you're making into the interregional development of cooperation. This is the basis for us, dealing this with solutions in the political field, with economic field, and we from the base of our regions must be upholding this and must reinforce it with humanitarian and social ties. So this general work, common work, serves for prosperity and well-being of our citizens. This is most important thing. I wish you fruitful and successful cooperation during the forum. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Exler. As we see, there are lots in store for us. We see the forum is gaining momentum, and it is becoming more and more demand, more and more a platform in demand. And this is supported at different levels, and the initiative was voiced by the President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, and Special Representative of the President for SCO is here online with us, Mr. Bakhtiyar Marufovich Akimov. Bakhtiyar Marufovich, can you hear us? Yes.
Мы на связи, как вы слышно?
We're online. Can you hear us? Yes, we can hear you okay, and we can see you. Dear Alexey Leonidovich, dear Alexander Sergeyevich, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to highlight the efforts of the governor of Chelyabinsk region and his team, headed by Yegor Viktorovich Kovalchuk, who are actively working to prepare this event. And we were planning to be offline together, but objective circumstances did not allow all of us to be there. But I really envy you, those who have been able to find possibility to arrive in Chelyabinsk, because you have feeling the warmth of welcome of Chelyabinsk, and I'm sure that you will spend a great time in Chelyabinsk. Colleagues, this meeting of the Forum of Regional Leaders is dedicated to the concrete question of how we are going to realize what the member state leaders have affirmed and what they have ratified. Alexey Leonidovich and I were honored to participate in Bishkek in 2019, where basic documents were ratified for this forum, and the regulation and the program. And at present, we are talking about bringing them into the practical plane, and certain directions have been defined, and Alexey Leonidovich was speaking about this in his speech. And the task is how to establish practical interaction, and this is what the forum is all about. This year, we have 20th anniversary of SCO. 20 years, historically, is not a great time, it's not a long time. But at the Dushanbe summit on September 17th this year, the unanimous opinions, and it was like a bottom line in the speeches of all the leaders, that SCO is really a success and it is successfully operating. And SCO is established as an influential center of formation of multipolar architecture of new world order, and the attractiveness of SCO is growing.
День это один из ключевых факторов обеспечения
And SCO is one of the key factors of security and safety in the region. If you speak more broadly in terms of Eurasian continent, we are creating conditions to be able to solve problems together for social and economic development of our countries and our regions. You know very well the specifics of the emergence of SCO, and for understandable reasons, such spheres as political dialogue, exterior political coordination, and safety and security are priority in the focus. We're focusing on them in our work. But together with this, one of the major directions of our work, and this is objective, is the deepening and promotion of trade and economic development and cooperation. And here, there's lots of new developments, and the documents base is quite developed, and many program documents and concepts have been ratified on the highest levels. Well, we are talking about some small things, but most complex. This is all should be brought into the practical plane, into practice. So this goal has, let me underscore, was supported by all the leaders in Dushanbe, especially interestingly to overcome the consequences of the pandemic, COVID-19. And today, the entire world and our countries are running into the problem of decreasing volumes of trade, the volatility of fossil markets, the decrease of investment flows. And here, in this respect, special attention when preparing for the Dushanbe summit, we paid to the realization of those documents which had already been ratified, and to preparation of new proposals and drafts for moving forward. Among these are the concepts for development of far and rural territories, which was accepted at the initiative of Russia last year. In Dushanbe, we adopted the proposal of Tajikistan, the plan of joint recommendations to overcome negative effects of pandemic in social and economic sphere. At the initiative of Uzbekistan, we adopted the program of Green Belt, and its goal is to develop the resource-saving innovative technologies. And in a word, there are lots of documents, and in this context, special role, as we see, is given to the regions. As in the agenda of SCO, there's always such themes as providing for food security, food system security, transport accessibility and connectivity, and development of energy safety, energy security. And therefore, all those ideas and concepts that are there in the program of development of interregional development, interregional cooperation, as I see it, in case they are consistently, step-by-step realization, will and facilitate solution of general problems. And such cooperation can be either bilateral, multilateral, multi-strata, and multi-speed. And important thing is that it be promoted, this cooperation. And in the framework of SCO, we believe recognizes as necessary to develop centralization of economy. This is the key instrument for solution of the problems that are set before us. And here we see a lot of prospects for working in the format of the regional leaders. Today, I was present at the meeting of the National Russian chapter of the regional leaders, and there we have heard very interesting proposals about cooperation, about development of cooperation in terms of Russian regions, but with the also proposal to go to a wider format also, to promote it in the format of SCO. So I think that the Russian chapter will soon come up with specific and concrete initiatives in order for us to be able next year, in 2022, under the chairmanship of Uzbekistan, specific solutions and decisions be made and specific work be started and launched. These additional opportunities for development of the Regional Leaders Forum are opened by such a key solution, which was adopted in Dushanbe to expand SCO. We're starting the procedure for accepting Iran as a member, and we have recognized it as necessary to give the status of dialogue partner to Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. The SCO portfolio has a number of other interesting applications and requests which allow us to speak about the growing potential of our organization and about the prospect that it would be unwise to leave out. And in this context, I believe special attention should be paid in terms of the development of relationship of member states must be paid to the inclusion of the regions of the observers and the dialogue partners into the process. And I'm sure that these initiatives will be supported by the region leaders. In a word, as in their times, they said during the 22nd Party Assembly, the purposes are clear, the goals are set. Let's go to work, dear comrades. Let's go to work. I wish you success. Thank you, Mr. Bakhtiar Marufovich. So the significance of the forum, let me remind you, was underscored in the final declaration of the summit of SCO this month in Dushanbe, and which was dedicated to the 20th anniversary of the organization. The forum is actively supported by the Secretariat of SCO, and this is the opinion. In order for this opinion to be conveyed to the participants on the behalf of the Shanghai organization of this video from Mr. Norov. Dear Alexander Leonidovich, dear Mr. Bakhtiar Marufovich, dear colleagues, let me greet you at this second forum of the SCO member states. This is again in Chelyabinsk region, which is a great city of Chelyabinsk Federation with a great potential. And I would like to thank the organizers, the regional government represented by Mr. Texler, the governor, for this initiative to hold this forum despite the difficult epidemiological condition with the pandemic of COVID-19. This year, SCO is marking its 20th anniversary. Over the time past, SCO has been reinstated and has been confirmed as important organization as a model for mutually beneficial cooperation in many fields, including in regional cooperation. And in this context, the member states are intending to grow the relationship within regions, among regions, to deepen the collaboration, national collaboration, and exchange of experience of territorial development. And the circle of tasks related to the boundary and interregional projects is one of the most important directions of activity of the organization and the strategy of SCO development until 2025. In the Dushanbe 20 years declaration adopted at the summit of the SCO, the member states are greeting and welcoming the initiative of creating a forum of regional leaders and adopting the program for interregional cooperation of June 14th, 2019. This declaration is also confirming its readiness to continue cooperation among the regions and administrative and territorial units within the SCO responsibility. And among the documents adopted at the summit, touching upon in some ways regional cooperation issues, we must highlight the plan of joint activities of SCO states to overcome the negative COVID consequences for 21-23. And in the context of interregional cooperation, there are measures for increasing the cooperation in transport structure and making green corridors for seamless and uninterrupted supply of goods of humanitarian nature, the first need goods, and to rule out obstacles which do not allow us to have smooth supply of goods and materials. Dear delegation leaders, the subject of today's plenary session related to the mechanisms of realization of the program of development of interregional cooperation of the SCO member states is quite topical. This document is aimed at realization of the agreed complex measures to develop the international interregional cooperation and the installation of mutually beneficial economic ties, reaching progress in industrial investments, agricultural, cultural, and humanitarian fields, and increasing the integrational links and ties in realization of joint project, in introduction of high technologies and other measures. To heighten the role of the regions of our countries to realize this program, I suggest that we work out a special plan of action which will exactly state what the measures will be to promote the interregional format, mutual beneficial cooperation. And Secretariat of SCO is going to support you in all ways possible. And in order to realize the program, we must pay attention to the problems of trans-border electronic trade, international industrial cooperation, making favorable conditions for development of trade of agricultural products and increasing the tourist attractiveness of regions. And here we are planning to discuss issues at the outbreaks of the forum related to the role of the regions for development of logistics routes at SCO space, regional cooperations in the agricultural sphere of the regions, and with development of tourism is very timely. Dear participants, we express our hope that today's event will facilitate complex realization of the adopted documents, especially the program of development of interregional cooperation of SCO member states. I'm sure that the forum will make its important contribution into the dynamical developing the relationship in the economic and humanitarian sphere. It will enrich the dialogue of the member states. Availing myself of this opportunity, I congratulate you on the 20th anniversary of SCO. All success to you and good health. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Vladimir Imamovich. One of the first regions that expressed interest in the work of the SCO forum was the Astrakhan region. Its advantage is the development transport infrastructure, seaport, riverport, avia hub. Through the region, a lot of transit of gas comes through, and of course, there is a border with our closest partners. First of all, this is the Republic of Kazakhstan and the sea border with all the participants of the SCO. So, Igor Yurievich, so your region is one of the key regions. So, what are the priorities of your region? Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear participants of the forum. Good afternoon, Mr. Texler. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for being able to take part in this forum and to share the experience of the Astrakhan region in the framework of the SCO cooperation and share our experience in the framework of European cooperation. So I find the agenda of the forum very topical and aimed at the activization of the cooperation between the SCO countries. It gives additional opportunities to develop internal and foreign communications, and the change of resources will strengthen our resources, our potential. It will lead to the cooperation. We have all the capabilities for that. I would like to emphasize that our region is a very important geopolitical location. First of all, this is geography that makes it so important. It's at the cross border of the north, east, west. So this is the place where we produce agricultural products. We go in for fishery, and the special economic zones are located, seaports and industrial special economic zones, and the Caspian cluster. The development of the Caspian cluster invites the Russian and foreign investments. So, plus, we have a lot of mineral resources. Our region is very rich in them. The government of the region has a very friendly attitude to very friendly relationships with many countries. So, and the opening of different enterprises from Iran, Kazakhstan is very important for the Astrakhan region. We have a large experience in conducting joint meetings, joint events, including with the participants of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization member states. We also have the University of SCO. In 2016, we hold the 9th meeting of the SCO for the youth. The main question of agenda was the working out the humanitarian projects. So we are greatly developing a relationship with our nearest neighbors, with Kazakhstan, with India, with Western Kazakhstan. Besides the trade, we have a huge experience of cooperation in the sphere of shipbuilding. In enterprises of Astrakhan, we have constructed huge projects of oil and gas mining industry. This year, we have also launched some projects in Kazakhstan. The further development of cooperation in various spheres we have discussed with the president of Kazakhstan and also with the leaders of the main companies of Kazakhstan in the course of the meeting that took place recently in Nur-Sultan. So the India and in particular the state Banjara, with whom we signed an agreement many years ago. It's a unique global project of communication between the businesses. We work on the development of the international transport corridor south-north. From 2019, an agreement came into force from Astrakhan University and different organizations in India. In 2019, Astrakhan region has also established or launched the position of the representative of India. We also have close relationship with China, with Hebei province. We invite the investments from China. We collaborate with solar system company. We have built and launched 3 solar plants. As for the prospects of international cooperation, so we are ready to offer some cooperation agreement with different regions that will facilitate the industrial cooperation and cooperation in many other spheres. We offer employment for representatives from Uzbekistan. The branch of Astrakhan Technical University in Tashkent started preparation of the specialists for the fishery industry. Our region supports the contacts with Tajikistan. We work out the agreement about the cooperation between 2 countries. As you know, during the summit in Dushanbe, we started, that the actions were taken to accept Iran to the SCO, and we can share the experience. We are cooperating with many regions of Iran, and a company from Iran is a resident of our cluster and started to construct the plant for processing the chemical processes. And it is a huge organization of businesses. Iran also participates in the Caspian cluster. We also have a testing container line in Caspian cluster. This is a first very important step to organize the cooperation and will reduce it 3 times the cost. I find it reasonable to think of a wider scope of cooperation to promote the products within the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, cooperation and between the businesses, taking into account the favorable climate of Astrakhan region, including the corridor south-north. In conclusion, I would like to express my gratitude to Chelyabinsk region for the constructive cooperation between our region, and I am sure that the initiative of holding such a forum and this platform will become another instrument to strengthen the mutual cooperation and building mutually beneficial relationships. Thank you very much. Thank you, Igor Yurievich. This year, the chairmanship was performed by the Republic of Tajikistan in Dushanbe in September this year. Dushanbe holds another summit. We know that Tajikistan is implementing a lot of projects, and these facilities are located in Tajikistan. What are the best practices in Tajikistan of cooperation with the regions of other SCO countries, SCO member states? Now we are going to have a talk of so now we are going to dear Chairman, dear Alexei Leonidovich, dear participants. First of all, I'm not the chair, but I'm the deputy chair of the Committee on Local Development under the President of Republic of Tajikistan. First of all, I would like to express the words of gratitude for holding this forum of Shanghai Cooperation Organization. The topic of this forum is it's very topical, especially when in this time of in this challenging time. It's the difficult time with regard to COVID-19 pandemic, when the economies of our countries has to be faced with these new challenges for the humanity. But I'm sure that with joint efforts, we will be able in the nearest future overcome negative consequences of the pandemic, and we will continue our mutually beneficial cooperation. The anniversary summit in Dushanbe on 16-17 September 2021 was a historic event. It is proved by the fact that about 30 documents have been signed during this summit. The main one is the agreement about the extension of the family SCO. The main document that was approved by the results of the summit was the Dushanbe Declaration of the 20th anniversary of Seoul. It expresses our joint position on the key questions of regional and global politics. Republic of Tajikistan is located along the historic ways of Great Silk Way. In Republic of Tajikistan, it occupies a very important place in international trade and the cultural exchange. It connects the regions of Bakhtre, Takharistan, Sogda, Fergana with India, Afghanistan, and China. Great Silk Way served not only as the means to exchange goods between the East and West, but also to exchange culture, knowledge, and technology. The products that were produced by our masters were of great importance. Today, regions of Tajikistan are dynamically developed, and in this we see a great role of investors from different parts of the world. In this Republic, mining industry, metallurgical, coal, automobile, constructed, textile, and food and processing industries are successfully developing. The total turnover of the industrial products, judging by the results of the 6 months of 2021, is more than $3 billion. The president of the country, the leader of the nation, Emomali Rahmon, and the government of the Republic of Tajikistan introduce certain laws that create a favorable investment climate and stimulate the development of different sectors of economy. Today, the Sardisky and Khatlonsky regions are conducting international economic activities with more than 60 countries of the world, and start cooperation with new markets and especially of SCO countries. The President of the Republic announced the policy of open doors and gives us the opportunity of developing bilateral and multilateral mutually beneficial connections with foreign partners, including friendly and partners connections with all the countries that parts of SCO. Russian Federation is one of the partners, and cooperation between these two countries, between the regions of these two countries, are annually developing. On 24th of April 2012, a memorandum about the cooperation of Sardisky and Khatlonsky regions with various regions of the Russian Federation has been signed, and from year to year on an annual basis, this reliable partnership is developing. Now, a number of Chinese companies are actively investing into the economy of Sardisky region and are creating enterprises and organizations in various spheres of economy. It should be noted that we have close ties with the Republic of Kazakhstan. We export build construction materials, aluminum and plastic profiles, agricultural products, and local crafts. I would like to emphasize that our Republic is ready to cooperate with the regions of SCO member states in implementation of huge investment projects in the sphere of industry, such as mining, oil and gas, mining, textile and processing industries. We are also ready to implement jointly the projects in the sphere of irrigation and cultivation of new lands to develop the gardening, then the value-added industry in agriculture to create logistics networks, transport centers, as well as railroad and road construction sphere. Today, our meeting via video conferences within the framework of SCO proved one more time the desire of our countries to strengthen and further develop the cooperation on all these spheres. It also proved or confirmed one more time the efficiency of work of this organization. I hope that in future, SCO member states will strengthen the cooperation in various spheres of economy, culture, education, and I think that we will take active part in this cooperation. I would like to wish that all the next future meetings were held in offline mode. I would like to wish you all health and wealth, and thank you very much. Thank you for your talk.
Omsk region of the Russian Federation, owing to its close to border position, has established multi-year relationship with Kazakhstan especially, and today online with us is Governor of Omsk region, Burkov Alexander Leonidovich. Based on your experience, please tell us, Mr. Burkov, what are the efficient mechanisms of development of interregional cooperation development you see, and how you are building the possible cooperation chain projects? Thank you very much. Good day, dear participants on the forum. SCO is an authoritative national organization whose success is much dependent on the good organization of interregional relationship. Our region, together with other members of SCO, is taking part in various directions. Over 60% of trade turnover of the region is with the SCO countries. Especially active we are in our cooperation with Kazakhstan and China. Today, Kazakhstan turnover has grown by 1/3 and by 1.5 times, with 1.5 times increase it's seen with China. Agricultural products exports have risen, has doubled over the last 3 years. Besides, in Kazakhstan, we can find agricultural facilities of Omsk production. We are into the seed production. Our agrarians are cooperating for several dozens of years. The Omsk Mir company is digitalizing electrical networks, electrical grids, and we are decreasing the carbon footprint, and we are introducing modern digital solutions. We are actively developing cooperation with Kazakhstan in social sphere and other educational. As for China, in Manchuria, we have opened an Omsk trading house, and we are exporting 30 producers' products there. And efficient instrument for development of joint turnover is the Omsk Export Support Center, which has been active for 9 years already. Last year, thanks to its operation, 120 export contracts have been made for a total of $43 million. We organized supply to Kazakhstan, Belarus, Uzbekistan, Armenia, USA, Kyrgyzstan, India, Latvia, China, Germany, Tajikistan, and Netherlands. I'm sure that the Russian part, the regional centers of export, must become key institute organs of realization of the program of interregional development cooperation programs of SCO. It should be a single window for B2B one-stop contacts for SCO businesses. Another instrument is electronic trade, e-commerce. The Omsk companies signing up for marketplaces open access to wide audiences and enable us to reduce costs related to sales. Over the several years, almost 60 Omsk companies have presented their products at e-commerce. And humanitarian sphere is also important. Our region has great scientific and educational academic potential. Over 3,000 students are studying in the Omsk regional universities, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan mostly. And here we have the project office created for youth cooperation, Russia Central Asian region. Its main goal is to systemically support the youth and with the organization, in conjunction with the organization of Central Asia. On the basis of our universities, we are ready to have a distance education and full-time education, both for youth and for experts who need to do retraining or in-service training. And our universities are looking to create their representative offices at SCO countries. And Omsk Technological University has an interest in Uzbekistan. One of the priorities here is the expansion of transportation service with SCO countries. Especially, we must talk about aviation service, the regional aviation service, in order for us to be able to not only use service via capital cities, but also regional hubs. Also, we must develop the river transport. So waterways are one of the great ways for cargo transportation. At the request of Mr. Putin, our president, the Russian Federation is developing the concept of internal waterways system. Our river Irtysh is not going to be included into this into this network, and because it is shared by many countries, I'm sure that with our constructive approach, it could become a huge trade artery for supplies of goods both to Russian regions and Central Asian states and other SCO countries. And I suggest that we use SCO platform for the discussion of trans-border waterways. And we must know that in Omsk region today, we have operating the special economic zone Avangard. For residents of the zone, we have different tax benefits and other measures of state support. I invite SCO country to place their production facilities here. We are ready to support you in all possible ways. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander Leonidovich. Together with Omsk region, great interest to forum operation, and especially the participation is taken in the forum by Samara region also. It is one of the most technologically developed regions of the Russian Federation, and let me remind you that there are some of the most state-of-the-art enterprises of automotive industry, the AutoVAZ group, and other R&D complexes. Ansarov Dmitry Igorovich, governor of Samara region, is online with us. What are the development specific directions of cooperation you see for yourself with the SCO states? Thank you, Alexander Sergeyevich, Your Excellency, and let me greet and talk to my colleagues as friends. And let me greet everyone at this forum of the regional leaders. I'm convinced that it is very useful in the reality of today, in the epidemic conditions. Always, of course, we are developing our relationships thanks to the political will of our heads of states. And I would like to thank the highest political leaders of our countries, and especially would like to thank my friend, Alexei Leonidovich Texler, who has made all-out effort to have this forum occur and be held. Thank you, Alexander Leonidovich, your team. Colleagues, the cooperation with SCO member states is key for Samara region, and I would like to especially note that the volume of turnover, external turnover, international turnover with the SCO countries, we are fixing not only in this year as compared to 20, but also as compared to 19. Let's agree that 20 was a special year and the growth was considerable, but still, anyway, we are having great growth indicators this year as opposed to the year 19. And we have been able to increase the volume of trade with other SCO states, including Uzbekistan. We have registered the growth of 20% in foreign trade, but the export from Samara region has increased by 26%. And especially efficient is the work of systemic supplies of agricultural products with the wholesale distribution hubs and with our friends and partners in Tashkent and Rostrader and Samara Asia Invest. Special successful realization is with the Autovaz automotive sphere. Autovaz is our pride. It is one of the most successful and popular automobiles in Russia, which dominate in the markets. We have reached already 26% segment of the market share in the Russian market of sales of our automobiles. And I'm glad that we are developing cooperation with our partners as well. In particular, joint projects in automotive industry are being realized. In September this year, we started assembly of Lada vehicles, Lada cars, together with our partners in Uzbekistan. Colleagues, of course, traditionally one of the leading trading partners of Samara region is the Kazakhstan Republic. And I would like to tell you that we have developed a plan for the bilateral cooperation, the Western Kazakhstan region, our friends there, and we are relying on the plan to sign tomorrow this plan of action as part of our forum of international cooperation in Russia, Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is one of the key export markets for our vehicles. The brand of Lada is very well known in the Republic, and the new partner of Stary Arka Autoprom in Kazakhstan has started producing a wide range of Ladas in the quantities which are necessary for the local market, in full compliance with the standards and legislative base which is effective in Kazakhstan now. And I would like to give special thanks to our colleagues for this. Of course, Samara region has a stable relationship with China, many regions, and China is taking a very leading place among the partners. And the Samara China turnover in January, July this year has risen by 60%. And considerable results have been reached, of course, also in the realization of joint investment project with the participation of Chinese companies. And a large-scale project is being realized in Samara region already. And let me highlight the Volga-Yansy project cooperation in the Russian-Chinese youth forums. Samara region, more and more students and school children are learning the basics of Chinese, learning the culture, ancient culture of China. We are having exchanges on the university levels. Dear colleagues, we are ready to actively develop cooperation with many countries of member states of SCO. Of course, this cooperation is there, but we would like it to be more expanded, more extensive. Our university is ready to pursue joint project in innovation spheres, in educational spheres, and do exchanges of teachers and students. And there are 24 universities in Samara region where 100 students are studying, and of course, mostly from SCO, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, but all countries are well represented here. We would like to grow this potential for cooperation with other states as well. And here is the future. Here lies the future of our cooperation, thanks to the youth of our lands, thanks to the youth of our nations. And let me highlight that we are proposing to make more active this cooperation between universities and make new programs on the basis of leading universities of SCO states. We see a very good example of international cooperation between us and our Belarus partners, colleagues. We have entered the project of R&D Center of high level, world level, Engineering a Future, which is created in Samara region and uniting 6 regions already of the Russian Federation, and it has cooperating ties with Belarus universities. And we are proposing same kind of cooperation with our SEO partners as well. Let me highlight that our R&Ds and academic center, research and academic center, which I've mentioned, has shown the best results in the country, ranking top here. And I suggest that we put our all-out efforts to develop new materials, high-tech materials, make new markets, high-tech markets, and the developments in the aerospace cluster, hydrogen technologies, the smart agro. These are the main directions of our activities of this center. Another strategically important direction I would like to highlight is the strategic development. So in the nearest future, our region will be part of the Europe-Western China route. And at full pace, we are building, according to the schedule, the new bridge across the river of Volga, the biggest river of Europe. 30% has been completed. Another 100 kilometers of new trunk road is going to be built, and we plan to complete it by 2024. And this will allow the region to use the colossal potential of the interregional and interstate cooperation to reinstate it as one of the biggest centers of Russia. And this is the project which is based on private and state and public partnership and has been especially noted by the UN. Colleagues, this route will go through key facilities already existing, investment and innovative infrastructure of Samara region, especially close to the special economic zone of Taliati, which is among top 3 best economic zones of the country and top 10 investment platforms of the Russian Federation, and territories of advanced development, Taliati and Zhigulyovskaya technoparks. Further, we are inviting our partners to look to increase their presence in our platforms, to open up new production facilities at preferential conditions, and we are committed to provide green corridor for you. Let me also, in closing, tell you that there is necessary infrastructure for development of medical, ecological, and industrial tourism. We invite you to our hospitable region to be able to see this unique natural heritage and cultural heritage and look at the sites of Samara region. Colleagues, the limitations related to pandemic and coronavirus are, of course, a new challenge to our cooperation. And of course, I believe this is very important on the platforms of this forum, on the sidelines of this forum, between the sessions, in between the sessions, to discuss. It is important to discuss the possibilities to discuss the possibilities of cooperation in these harsh conditions. Dear colleagues, the multitude of positions, diversity of positions is not easy to combine, but we do manage to do this well. And interregional cooperation between the SCO countries is on mutually beneficial basis. It does not only facilitate the convergence of peoples, but convergence of cultures, convergence of economies, and this is very important for vital for our multinational region. And I'm sure that the Forum of the Regional Leaders is an efficient platform for widening, broadening cooperation between the regions of SCO member states. And I'm glad to have this opportunity to discuss the existing state of affairs and to mark the plans for the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dmitry Igorevich. Your invitation to Samarsky region, everyone will take with interest, and undoubtedly they will do this. And in the work of the forum, a very important role is played by the Chinese People's Republic, by the degree of influence, because the People's Republic of China is one of the most influential in the world. In 2019, the city of Chongqing hosted the meeting. And, I would like to listen to the presentation of the governor of Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region of the People's Republic of China, Mr. Zohra Zakir. It's a great pleasure, dear Secretary, the representatives of the SCO member states, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to me to participate via video conferences in the meeting of the second forum of the regions of the SCO countries. On behalf of the government of Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region of China, I would like to congratulate you and express gratitude for organizing and holding the forum. And express my heartfelt gratitude and kindest wishes. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the establishment of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Over the last 20 years, we have done a great job. We follow the Shanghai spirit: mutual cooperation, mutual benefit, equality, consultation, respect for culture, and the pursuit of common development. And we devoted ourselves to the cause of world peace and development and human progress. We conducted important theoretical and practical research to build international relations of a new type in the community of destiny. Not so long ago, while participating in the 21st Council of Heads of State of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, President of the People's Republic of China, Xi Jinping, had the banner of the Shanghai spirit high. Do not forget about the initial intention to go forward and the new way of developing the SCO and the righteous path of building a community of destiny. This fully demonstrates China's willingness to move forward and to work hand in hand in the world and as global development and contribution to the international order. And this strive is shared by all the members. The regional cooperation is of great importance within the SCO framework. Xinjiang shares borders with 8 countries and is a regional province with large SCO member states. It's a great advantage of the allocation because it has close ties and trade ties with neighboring countries. It supports close economic and trade cooperation with countries. Nowadays, the amount of trade is about 80% of Xinjiang total trade, and It's 1/3 of foreign investments. The Chinese exhibition that was held in Xinjiang and the Kazakhstan China Goods Fair held in Kazakhstan were important windows for the joint construction of One Belt, One Road initiative, demonstrating achievements in the construction of major and promoting regional cooperation. At the same time, the mechanisms of interregional economic and trade cooperation have become richer and more diverse. Xinjiang has established regular mechanisms for intergovernmental economic and trade cooperation with 4 to 7 SCO member states and regions. Its unique location also provides priority conditions for interconnection and cooperation with the SCO member states. Xinjiang China-Europe freight trains reach 19 countries and 26 countries in Asia and Europe. They form a multi-directional logistics scheme, especially during the pandemic. This is of utmost importance. China-Europe trains are called the Iron Caravan, which has become a lifeline and or a link of fate for delivering personal protection and prevention means of the pandemic and the country's efforts to combat the pandemic. At present, our trade with the SCO countries accounts for almost 80% of Xinjiang total trade, and investments in the SCO countries account for 31.6% of Xinjiang's total foreign trade. The successful implementation of the forum received positive feedback from the participating countries, especially with the background of the pandemic. And we support our partners and organizations working with our partners. The success of the forum reflects the will of all parties to mutually beneficial cooperation and strengthen solidarity and mutual trust will certainly play a positive role in strengthening mutual understanding, deepening humanistic exchanges, and strengthening regional development. With the introduction of China's new development concept, relying on a brighter future for cooperation, we have unprecedented opportunities for cooperation with member states. We also have a wider space for cooperation and a brighter future for cooperation. I think that it offers great opportunities for new platforms at the new level. Today, I see more place for development and for cooperation. Xinjiang is ready to support the Shanghai spirit to strengthen trade and logistics centers, economic and trade in China, Russia, and Mongolia. The Continental Asia-Europe Bridge, China, Central Asia, West Asia, and the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. In close connection with China's Belt and Road Initiative and the new economic policy of the Eurasian Economic Community and the Bright Path, to actively develop new business models such as cross-border e-commerce, explore new models of local economic and trade cooperation to achieve additional industrial advantages and mutual benefits. We also welcome the organization within the framework of our forum at the China-Eurasia exhibition and other events, joint promotion of cooperation to strengthen economic construction and trade corridors. Xinjiang is a beautiful place with a vast history, rich resources, hospitable people of all ethnic groups. It's well world known as the land of songs and dances, melons and fruits. We sincerely welcome you to Xinjiang to open up more space for cooperation, create more opportunities for cooperation, and ensure cooperation between the parties to create a win-win situation. In conclusion, I would like to wish success to the second forum of heads of regions of the SCO member states. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your speech, and you know that next year the chairmanship will pass over to Republic of Uzbekistan. It's a republic of active development of cooperation in the regions. Recently, we have spent together with our colleagues from Minprom, and we were able to evaluate the hospitality and the business attitude to the to developing communication. And this is the initiative of developing interregional cooperation between SCO member states. Today, we have an offline representative, the Deputy Akim of the Akmola region.
Your vision, what are the ways we should take to promote regional cooperation, interregional cooperation between our countries? Good afternoon, dear participants of the forum. Good afternoon, dear Alexander Sergeyevich, Dmitry Sergeyevich, Alexey Leonidovich. Thank you for the high level of organization that has welcomed us in Chelyabinsk. And it's the second day that we're here, and the program is well thought over, and with familiarization program of region. And our delegation has received a lot of new knowledge about Chelyabinsk region. Our delegation has seen a lot and learned a lot. In the first place, Navoi region, if in brief, in a nutshell, is one of the most industrially developed regions of Uzbekistan, where the mining is the key industry, chemical industry, power sector, construction materials production. These are the main industries of Navoi region, and this in turn gives us great opportunities for cooperation, further cooperation with one of the most developed regions of Russia, Chelyabinsk region, and other regions of Russia as well. Trade and economic relationship between SCO countries and Navoi region, if we talk figure-wise, over 70% of trade turnover, external trade turnover, is accounted for by SCO countries. Today, we have 156 joint ventures or foreign businesses, which were created thanks to the SCO residents. What is interesting to note, out of these 156 companies, 131 were created over the past 3 years. We all understand that 2020 was special, and we could not avail ourselves, follow the opportunities to use these opportunities among our regions in terms of our possibilities of cooperation. But this year shows a good tendency for growth, and we are reaching the growth levels of pre-pandemic growth levels. The total investment from SCO states for the regional projects today is over 200 million for Navoi region. And if we consider also the intergovernmental agreements, the total investment volume is over 1 billion over the past couple of years for Navoi region. The most important meaning for formation of links and ties between the regions is
посещения, ознакомления вот
is the visits and various trips, informative trips between SCO countries and Navoi region. Our delegation have visited over 21 events over the past 3 years in Russia, China, Iran, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, and other countries, SCO member states. I think that renewal of the in-person attendance of these events will allow us to have more tight and closer links and ties and find new possibilities for growth and establishment of interregional relation. I would like to note one more point, to make another point, which in my view affects the relationships. It's the humanitarian sphere and fields. Today, Navoi region has agreements, effective agreements with regions of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Russian Federation. There are agreements for brotherly relations between the cities in China. And today we have, in terms of this forum, have worked out the possibilities to sign MOUs, and by the next visit we will prepare this document, and we're looking to sign it next visit. What we would like to say in general, Navoi region is the youngest region of Uzbekistan, which at the same time is one of the most developed, industrially developed. The entire region is the free economic zone for innovative projects, for export-oriented and import phase-out projects. Tax benefits are provided, various preferences are given to businesses. We invite all to create joint ventures, joint projects in the free economic zone of Navoi, and we are going to promote all the possibilities which are provided by the regions of the Russian Federation and other regions of Russia for the businessmen of our Navoi region. And given that Uzbekistan is going to receive this forum, to host this forum next year, I would like to note once again that the administration of the Chelyabinsk region, this quality level that has been set by Chelyabinsk region, content-wise, is very high, and we will try our best in order for the participants of this forum to get the same kind of experience and the adequate level of information on Uzbekistan and on cooperation on Uzbekistan. Thank you very much for your attention. We invite you over to Uzbekistan next year. Thank you very much for your speech. We will surely be there, and we have direct flights here already. It's very convenient. Logistics is one of the key factors in interregional cooperation organization. And today we have India online, not only the country of the most ancient culture and civilization, but also one of the most dynamically developing economies. What does India see as mechanisms for realization of interregional cooperation? We have online the Chief Secretary of Department of Foreign Cooperation of the government of the state of Haryana, Yogendra Chaudhary. Please, welcome.
Greetings to everyone. It is my pleasure to be here today among such a distinguished audience. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to the government of Chelyabinsk Oblast for hosting this event. This year is unique because all over the world, we collectively face the COVID pandemic. I am representing the government of the state of Haryana in India, and we truly believe that today's esteemed gathering will play a very important role in strengthening the relationship between the SCO region countries. Friends, Haryana is located in the northern part of India. We are very close to the national capital, Delhi. Actually, we surround it in 3 directions. Haryana is famous historically for being the land of Gita. And we, in our governance, embodies this essential teaching, Karmanvestu dhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana ma karamfala hetu te sangotsva karmani, which literally means that we strive for hard work without worrying about the result. With Gita and its essence in our heart, our state has undertaken several leaps of growth and development over the last few decades. Our state is now a region of prosperity. We have the highest per capita income amongst the major states of India at $3,316, and our GSDP grew at a CAGR of 13.3 over the last 5 years. Haryana is very strategically located, and we are very close to the capital, Delhi. Our major business city, Gurgaon, is just 15 minutes drive from the Delhi International Airport. Historically, we were an agrarian economy, but today Haryana is being counted amongst the most developed and industrialized nation state in India. While we have still retained our agrarian rule and lots of people still practice agriculture. With an area covering 1.3% of the country, Haryana contributed nearly 4% to India's GDP. Haryana is also one of the largest contributors of food grains to the national pool and accounts for more than 60% of the export of basmati rice, and is also one of the largest producers of poultry meat in India. The state is also a leading automotive hub, producing 80% of the excavators, 52% of the cranes, 50% of the cars, and 33% of the two-wheelers in India. Apart from producing automotives, all the OEMs also are around Gurgaon in a cluster. In the services sector, the state is the 3rd largest exporter of software, and Gurugram is well known as the BPO hub of the world. The state has recently launched new Haryana Enterprise and Employment Policy, recognizing the state's thrust sectors and offering best-in-class incentives mechanism under the Haryana Enterprise Promotion Center. The Invest Haryana portal has also observed good traction by providing more than 70,000 service applications online in a year, and offers 150 plus services across the departments, making it as one of the highest services in the countries. Our objective is not just to attract investments. We treat the mandate of protecting our investors' interest with utmost gravity. In order to ensure the same, we have developed an exhaustive grievance redressal mechanism for all the investors in a time-bound manner, which are personally looked after by the Chief Minister himself. On the COVID-19 management part, I'm proud to share that while we are successfully mitigating the human cost of the pandemic, we also continue to focus on ensuring livelihood and sustenance for all through our vigorous efforts towards economic and industrial recovery. Government of Haryana has created a department dedicated to foreign investment and foreigners in our state, called Foreign Cooperation Department, to enhance diplomatic relations with other countries across the globe. It is also focuses on initiatives that propel economic growth through investment, trade promotion, youth employment, skill development, and welfare of non-resident Haryanvis across the globe. I am looking after the department as the Principal Secretary. We stand with our investors in the most challenging times during the pandemic. It gives me immense pride to declare that we have resolved 98.5% of all COVID-related grievances received on our grievance portal. Our government is also providing relief to industrial units with a host of initiatives, such as considering the lockdown period as frozen period for government contracts, waiver of fixed charges, waiver of rent for government buildings and shops, exemption from inspections of the boilers, and an interest subsidy scheme for the medium and small scale industries to assist with their working capital requirement. The state also launched a Haryana COVID emergency loan scheme to boost the supplies related to medicine, oxygen, and other medical facilities to the patients, and has set up a fund of USD 67.5 million. We also launched a unique volunteering program during the COVID, and almost 90,000 volunteers were engaged to fight COVID in the state. We have offered few initiatives. One of them is Parivar Pehchan Patra, which identifies each and every family in Haryana and updated on live basis. And it keeps the basic data of the family in a digital format and aims to link existing scholarships, subsidies, pensions to make governance transparent and life easy for the citizens. Haryana has also established India's first skill university, offering Bachelor of Vocation and Master of Vocation courses. Haryana Agriculture University, Hisar, is also the leader in the field of agricultural research in India. It has agribusiness incubation center to collaborate with other agencies for agricultural research. Haryana is having best practices in food grain auction systems also. We have a unique system called CM Window, which is part of the good governance practices, where any citizen can file a complaint and it is resolved within a period. Haryana has also set up a sports university because we are the leader in the field of sports. Haryana provides almost 30% of the medals won by the Indian team. The state has also appreciable growth in exports despite the lack of natural resources and the fact that we are landlocked. The state's merchandise export accounts for USD 11.59 billion. Haryana state ranked at 7th in the terms of total exports within the country and second amongst the landlocked states. It is worth mentioning that the state also leads in IT exports. We exported $12 billion worth of software last year. Basmati rice is our key export product, and we also export handloom, handicrafts, and auto parts components. I believe that there's a lot of scope in terms of increasing bilateral trade between Haryana and the SCO region states. And I would be happy to connect with them on a one-to-one basis to explore possible fields of collaboration in different areas. On this momentous day, I would also like to acknowledge that while we have worked diligently and achieved a great many things, we still have far to go. The state focuses on women empowerment as one of the important tools. The state, in all its policies, is moving towards gender neutral policies. Several initiatives are being undertaken, which include interest subsidy for women entrepreneurs and preferential employment subsidy for capacity building of the women. I am happy to be a part of today's esteemed gathering. I am hopeful that today's discussion will further strengthen the solid foundation for the coming years towards cooperation between SCO countries and will deepen the special and privileged strategic partnership of the relationship between the state of Haryana and the states of the countries of the SCO region. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Благодарим вас, господин Йогендера Чодри.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yogendra Chaudhary. I would like to remind you that we are here in the southern Urals, and the southern Urals borders with Kazakhstan, and the businessmen and citizens from our countries cooperate with each other. We constantly have joint companies being opened. So what are the cooperation network is developing. Special attention by Kazakhstan is paid to logistics, and it's natural because the region is along the Great Silk Road. In connection to this, what projects are being implemented? What goods are the most popular? From what countries do you have the flow of goods? So, and how would you introduce the entrepreneurs from other countries into this network? Now we have online speech by the Deputy Akim of the Akmula region of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Alexey Leonidovich. Good afternoon, the participants of the forum. Let me greet everyone and all the participants of this meeting. We are very grateful for the invitation to participate in this meeting.
Форум межрегионального сотрудничества. Нам не получилось к вам приехать, хотя, к сожалению.
We were not able to come in person, and I would like to briefly speak about the developments. We have a unique location in the SCO countries. Our region has the international trade with more than 90 countries of the world, but the most part falls for the Russian Federation and the Central region. I would like to know that over the last 3 years, the total turnover shows a positive trend. The increase is almost 50%, and it reached about $1 billion last year. The companies in the market of the SCO, we place the products of the railroads, meat and poultry products, food products, crops, grains, oil. We produce within in this scale of regions. We mine gold, oil, uranium. 5% of the territory of Kazakhstan falls for the production of the wheat. It's about 5 million tons, and about 2 million tons we export to 30 countries, to 30 foreign countries. The region is open for the cooperation with all the opportunities and capabilities for that. We have the raw material base. We are interested in inviting the investments in the sphere of processing and in creation of new enterprises, the usage of new technologies. We have close connection with cooperation with the enterprises from the Russian Federation. We have about 700 enterprises with foreign investments, and 1/3 is from the Russian Federation. We have about 35 enterprises that sell the products to the Russian Federation. We have also joint companies with the Russian Federation. Our agricultural innovative company in manufacturing the agricultural machinery is many enterprises in Russia. We also have successful development of agricultural enterprises. We have certain positive trends in the development of the meat products. We also have some natural resources, like we also develop the chemical producing companies. Tourism is one of the points of interest, and we are developing this sphere. we invite investments. We know that many cities of our country are being tourist attractions. Speaking about the transit, mostly we have transit from the People's Republic of China. These are crops, then IT technologies from the Russian Federation, and products for the cattle raising, the sunflower oil. From Uzbekistan, we have the polymer and plastic products. From Tajikistan, we have the contracts on production of some other products. The cooperation is very active, and we are ready to expand it, especially with the SCO countries. We have, from the Russian Federation, we have signed agreements with the Chelyabinsk region. Tomorrow we plan to sign the agreements with Chelyabinsk and Omsk regions. And I would like to say that the value of every forum of regional leaders of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, it allows us to expand the horizons, and it will improve the situation and allow us to reach new horizons. And I wish you success and fruitful work. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much for your speech. And now we have
Kyrgyz Republic, Mr. Kazhoyev. Thank you, sir, for this. What is your vision of the cooperation of the regions of the SCO member states regions? Good day, good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of the second forum of the region leaders of the SCO member states. Let me thank the government of the Chelyabinsk region, Mr. Alexei Leonidovich Texler, for invitation to participate in this forum, and not only to wish you a successful forum, but also to state that this forum is being held in a very fruitful manner and very informative. And let me also greet all my colleagues from the regions of the SCO member states. This forum is an efficient platform for new contact establishment, not only on the level of regional heads, regional leaders, but also on the business levels of our businesses. Is always promising for all projects, for all parties. And I believe that this is the uniqueness for this forum, making conditions for deepened relations between the regions, among the regions. And as Alexei Leonidovich has mentioned today, that between our country and Chelyabinsk region, we have not only signed memorandum, but even the roadmap. And we have agreed to go even further and deeper. And as part of each point of this roadmap, we are going to create, to make it break down into specific tasks. This is a unique platform for this. And in my speech, I would like to dwell on the tourism sphere, tourism field, which in each country of our member states is going through harsh times, and especially lamentable situation was in 2020. And same time, 2021 is giving us hope for partial restoration of tourism figures, and we see some tourists now, and majority of the tourists, they have traditional places of restoration and recreation where without possibility to go somewhere abroad, they go there. So given this possibility, let us all regional leaders think about the mechanism for developing tourism flows, joint tourism flows. As we know today, we have different from adventure tourism to business tourism, and the specific features of our regions could determine the particular tourism directions, which will not make us competitors. Therefore, given the thematics of this forum, the mechanism of realization of programs for interregional cooperation, I suggest that we create the Tourist Circle project for SCO, create mechanisms for increase, mutual increase of tourists, and we will have new airline service. We will increase the revenues of the SME. We will exchange business. We will exchange experience, and it will positively affect the integration of SCO member states. And then, in brief, about ISICL region, let me just be brief about this. For SCO member states, ISICL region may not need promotion. You know about it, and our region is very attractive zone for tourism. And in 2019, according to One Million Planet, it is ranked as one of the top 5 recommended areas for tourists of various countries. In the summertime, we have beach resorts, and in the wintertime, Karakol ski resort is also one of the top 10 most attractive CIS state ski resorts. We have all year-round working sanatoriums where you can recreate and improve your health. And we invite investors for all spheres of activity: agriculture, economy, and construction. Me, on my part, I would, on behalf of all investors of Kyrgyzstan, I would like to invite all investors to ISICL region. And in closing, I would like to thank once again the organizers and participants of this forum. I wish you success, every success in this forum, on this platform. Thank you. Thank you, Mirbek Kukubayevich. There is a country that has a great significance in the development of the regions, and it is an active participant of the forum of the organization of the SCO. This is Islamic Republic of Pakistan, which occupies a very favorable position and rich in resources. The economy of this land is very dynamically developing. And how is the situation in Pakistan? How do you see the situation, the interaction between the regions for the Republic of Pakistan? And we asked Ms. Erfa Iqbal, the General Director of Punjab Investment and Trade Council, Islamic Republic of Pakistan. You're welcome. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished SCO leaders, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is definitely a profound pleasure and a privilege to be addressing this august gathering. Let me at the outset thank our hosts, the government of the Russian Federation and people of Chelyabinsk region for their gracious hospitality. The current Head of Regions Forum of SCO member states is taking place at a critical juncture in our times. We are witnessing the worst medical crisis of modern history that crippled the global economy and disrupted the way global businesses were run. We are witnessing a transition of economic power from west to east as Asia, led by Chinese, gallops towards becoming the new powerhouse of the global economy. I'm certain that galvanized by the Shanghai spirit of common benefit, mutual trust, and mutual respect, SCO can lead the charge in forging a comprehensive regional alliance that truly reflects the voice and economic might of Asia. The dynamism of this SCO regional alliance, which is home to more than 40% of the world's population and a quarter of its GDP, is indeed extraordinary. China's historic Belt and Road Initiative is, of course, a major stimulant to this remarkable phenomenon. This visionary and futuristic initiative is a win-win proposition aimed at bringing shared prosperity to all. We see it as an initiative of generational impact that will shape the course of 21st century. The China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, is the flagship project of President Xi Jinping's far-sighted Belt and Road Initiative. We are hopeful that the entire SCO community will take advantage of the diverse economic multipliers offered by CPEC. One of the key projects under CPEC, Gwadar Port, at its southern end, marks the point of convergence of the maritime belt and the overland road. On completion, it will not only serve as a transit and transshipment hub, but becomes an economic nucleus. The Port of Gwadar has both the potential and the capacity to function as a bridge between North and South, Europe and Asia, as it affords shortest maritime and overland access to Western China, Central and South Asia, and the Middle East. Its favorable geoeconomic location can be better utilized for the development and prosperity of the region. Excellencies, as we reorient and rebuild from the disruptions caused by COVID-19, the SCO gives us a powerful platform for partnerships to promote peace, build trust, and spur economic recovery and inclusive development for shared prosperity. To this end, allow me to make following suggestions. Firstly, recovery and inclusive development can be pursued only through a coordinated effort. Regional connectivity is the most important driver. We need to build a network of fast tracks and green channels across the region to facilitate the flow of people and goods and make our industrial supply chain resilient and stable. Secondly, we must strengthen our industrial cooperation to ensure economic growth. We can leverage the attributes of special economic zones to deepen regional integration for regional development. I'm confident that transnational roads, rails, oil and gas pipelines, industrial cooperation, joint ventures, and better performing business and financial sectors would be real drivers of economic recovery in the coming years. The potential of Pakistan's special economic zones encourages me to be optimistic as well. Pakistan offers tailored incentive package for the SEZs to meet the global challenges of competitiveness to attract FDI. We have multiple special economic zones, and I am confident that these zones will spearhead the economic growth of Pakistan as well as the region. Thirdly, to share best practices and learn from each other's experience, there should be frequent and regular interaction among our experts. So we need to have think tank cooperation. Fourthly, SCO countries are blessed with a huge asset, that is its youth. By creating more economic opportunities for our youth, particularly through industrialization and skill-based trainings, we can achieve a miracle. Our youth is committed, talented, and dynamic. In Pakistan, we have launched a number of schemes for youth as we believe this great asset would be the real driver of future growth, and we want to convert our youth into an asset rather than a liability. Finally, all our recovery strategies will be futile without investment in green energy technologies and closer attention to clean environment and sustainable development. Faced with challenges of urbanization, SCO member states must sensibly address demographic pressures on the environment. I would conclude by saying that SCO member nations should join hands to craft a visionary strategy. Learning from the Chinese model, we should shape up a new development philosophy. I'm sorry.
Благодарим
I
вас,
would repeat my
госпожа
conclusion.
Эрфа Игбал.
Hello. Okay,
Есть,
am I
да,
audible
контакт?
now?
Да,
Okay, so
пожалуйста.
I said that I would conclude by saying, let special economic zones be the key of our regional cooperation and future economic roadmap. Let's have a cross-regional interconnected network of special economic zones. We grow and you grow. So let's make these economic nodes as the nodes of economic cooperation, special incentive package offered at all these special nodes for all the countries in the region. At the end, I would say we wish that with SCO members, we share deep historical and cultural ties as well as strong economic and strategic linkages. We wish the Russian presidency every success to the stewardship of SCO. Thank you very much once again for your attention and for giving us this opportunity. Thank you and bye.
Благодарим вас за интересное
Thank you.
выступление.
Thank you for a very interesting speech. We see great interest in our foreign colleagues and in organizing the united approaches to free economic zones, about the unified tourist circle. This interest is high for this in our region also, and we are planning to develop the cooperation chains inside and outside our countries. And we are supported in this by the Minister of Economic Development of the Russian Federation. So let me present to you the video speech of Mr. Volvich Dmitry Valeryevich. Dear colleagues, dear friends, I am sincerely glad to greet you at this SCO Forum of Regional Leaders, and interregional cooperation is very important for cooperation in SCO. We organize and realize joint projects. We are actively forming a regulatory base. We hold meetings and events in humanitarian and trade spheres. And in regards to this, I'm thankful to our SCO partners for the Russian initiative in creating this forum, and thanks for the program of development of interregional cooperation of SCO. The forum of this year and today's event is showing that this is a constantly operating platform for development of contacts and development of networking. So this format of cooperation is giving subject matter character to our relationship. It allows us to exchange best practices, to discuss the trackings of our cooperation and discuss the well-being of the citizens of the regions of our states. And all of this is fixed and documented in the program of measures of SCO. So on our part, we are ready to support the projects of SCO in all respects. From this session, we're expecting productive discussion of regional cooperation in agriculture, logistic routes, tourism development, and these are the drivers of economic development of our nations. And these facilitate growth of trade turnover, increasing the geography of supplies, new chains of supply and tourism development. And I'm sure that this will enable us to full-fledgedly realize the potential of our cooperation and give additional impetus to economic development of our countries. And we believe that the meetings on the platform of this forum will be regular and will bring us to new levels. Dear participants of the forum, I would like to inform you that tomorrow, on the 30th of September, in the format of online meeting, there will be a 17th Forum of Interregional Cooperation between Russia and Kazakhstan. It will be dedicated to the environmental and green growth, subjects which are especially topical for restoration of Russian and world economy in the post-pandemic epoch. And the sidelines will be the presidents of the Russian Federation and Republic of Kazakhstan. Let me invite you to participate in this event. I would like to thank our partners, SCO partners, for participation, and the regional management and administration for the organization of the forum at this high level. I wish you fruitful work and thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your speech. Dear colleagues, I would like to say that we had a very fruitful work. The representatives of the countries shared the ideas that we are to implement. Chelyabinsk region will prepare the final report that you will be able to see, to read, to get to know on site. In finalizing our work, I would like to give the floor to the governor of the Chelyabinsk region, Alexey Leonidovich Teksly, the host of this event. Dear friends, thank you very much for the hard work that we have done together. I see that how dynamic the forum is. This is the second meeting, but I feel that we have been working for a long time and it has very serious prospects for the cooperation of SCO countries. And I'm sure that the work that we have done will allow us and our regions to come closer, to increase cooperation, to build our economic potential, and to develop the cultural cooperation. We also have some more events within the framework of the forum. We will have an opportunity to communicate in an informal way. So thank you very much for your fruitful work.